That timeline looks pretty bad. First of all, it proves, I think,
Good morning. Mr. Tinsley. You may bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Day number 15, state's case. The last objection was sustained. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to remind you, when I sustain an objection, that means you're to disregard the question and any response. You may proceed.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. May it please the court. Mr. Tinsley, good morning.
Good morning.
Just to kind of reset the table from where we left off, you had testified about pursuing the case against the defendant over the boat wreck, correct?
Correct.
And you had communicated to the defense that the defendant was going to have to pay personally, correct?
Correct.
Not just the insurance.
Correct.
And you had been told that the defendant was broke, correct?
That's correct.
And you had filed a motion to compel. Had you filed a motion to compel, states 402, seeking to identify any bank accounts that he had?
In October of 2020.
Could I have the elbow, please? And the screen. David, if you can help. All right. I think one of the things that you had also testified to is that just generally COVID had kind of slowed things down in the court system.
Ultimately, yes.
And then you had some health issues that you were dealing with as well. Is that correct?
At some point, yes.
At some point in time, did a hearing in the boat case that would include a hearing on this motion to compel that's on the screen get scheduled?
It did.
And when did it initially get scheduled?
My recollection is it was set for May the 30th, 2021.
All right. And let me show you an exhibit real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 404 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
That is a communication about the hearing. It's actually about a status conference about the hearing that's going to be on May the 30th.
Okay. All right, and what was the day of that status conference going to be?
May the 7th,
All right.
2021.
All right, and then look at the subject line on that and just take a look at that real quick.
Motions hearing May the 11th.
Yeah. Was that the date or was it May 30th for the motions hearing? To your recollection.
To my recollection, it's May the 30th.
All right, but this email is related to that particular hearing, is that correct?
It's related to the hearing on my motion to compel and some other hearings, yes.
All right, at this point, Your Honor, I move to admit States 404, I believe, without additional objection.
Additional objection.
And is that the particular email we were just discussing?
It is. And you're correct, the hearing was May the 11th.
May the 11th?
Yeah.
Okay. Haven't seen that, that refreshes your recollection?
Yes.
We'll show you now what's been marked as States 405. And have a take a look at that and see if you recognize this.
I do.
All right, and tell me what this is, please.
It's an email from Judge Hall, who had been assigned the case about the hearing. John Tiller, who was Alex's lawyer in the boat crash case, was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer about the same time, just before I found out I had cancer. And so he had a chemotherapy treatment that was going to run long the day of the hearing. He didn't always know when his treatments would be, but about a week before he would know. And so the hearing needed to be rescheduled to accommodate John's treatment.
All right, and just initially, when that request was made, what was the judge in that case's response?
The hearing would go forward as scheduled and one of Alex's other lawyers could attend.
All right, so initially the judge denied that continuous request, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what happened after that that ultimately resulted in it being continued?
I sent an email. John Tiller was my friend, and I didn't object to continuing it. And then the judge had a status conference. And at that point, we continued the hearing until June the 10th.
In the course of this litigation, given that we were coming out of COVID, had the judge in that particular case been relatively aggressive in wanting to move this case forward to your assessment?
The judge knew that I was in Florida receiving treatment and was accommodating that. No, he wasn't being aggressive at that time. It was when I was ready, and so I was back and we were ready.
And that's what led to this initial hearing, is that correct?
Correct.
But ultimately, you agreed to let this thing be continued, correct?
I did.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 405 into evidence.
Additional objection.
Submitted.
And down at the bottom of this email chain, what's the date on that? Can you read there on your screen? I need to bring it back to you.
May 5th, 2021.
And that's communication from whom?
That's from John Tiller to Judge Hall.
All right.
And that's relaying the need for the postponement for the chemotherapy treatment.
All right. And then there were the communications from you related to that. Is that correct? Well, let me go right here. This is the response right there. Is that correct from Judge Hall?
That's the initial response, that he intended to go forward with the hearing as scheduled, and that Mr. Condon from the same firm could handle it.
Show you now what's been marked as Stage 406 and see if you recognize this particular document.
I do.
All right. And what is this? Tell the jury what this is, please.
That's an email from John Tiller. So after the email that's on the screen saying I intend to go forward, John Tiller sent another email explaining a little more detail what's going on, and that he had, I believe it says he had spoken to me and I had agreed. They were my motions. There were some other motions, but when it's your motion, you can agree to continue it if a party wants it continued and you don't object. And so that's what that's doing, trying to get the judge to not go forward with the May the 11th date.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer Stage 406 in the evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right, and the date on that particular email is?
May the 6th, 2021.
Did the judge ultimately, though, based on this series of emails, granted the continuance on this motions hearing, correct?
Well, he gave us a status conference in which we did by video, and ultimately he agreed.
Okay. And what day was the motions hearing that included the motion to compel rescheduled for?
June 10th, 2021.
Going back to States 402, one of the matters that was on the table to be heard would have been your attempt to get compelled responses to this interrogatory from the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
Seeking identification of his bank accounts.
That's correct.
Remember what day of the week? June the 10th, 2021 would have been?
I believe it's a Thursday.
How'd you hear about the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I got a phone call sometime in the middle of the night, 11:30, after my recollection.
That was on June 7th, 2021,
That's right.
into June 8th, 2021.
I think I heard it's still June 7th when I hear about it, but yeah.
On June 8th, 2021, did you have any conversations with any of the lawyers involved in the boat case or any communications?
I believe so. I think that it was more of, there wasn't a whole lot of consideration to be given to the fact that the hearing wasn't going to go forward. It was sort of shock and horror of what had happened, and nobody really knew what to do in the moment.
Of course, that hearing's not going forward after this.
It did not.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 407 and see if you recognize that particular document.
I do. This is an email from Judge Hall's law clerk. Judge Hall's over the boat crash case to me and the lawyer for Parker's, as well as about the fact that the hearing's not going forward.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 407.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
What's the date of that email?
June 8th, 2021,
What time?
4:24 p.m. I think there's an email from John Tiller that precedes this one that morning, but
But ultimately, there were communications the following day that obviously we're not going forward with this hearing on the motion to compel, correct?
yeah, pretty much immediately.
And at that period of time, was there any date set in the wake of all of this for it to be reheard?
There was not.
In the wake of the murders, did you generally understand or have an idea of at least what it happened to Maggie and Paul, how they had been killed?
I did.
Just from media reports and the rest of it?
That's right.
And did that have any effect, that tragedy of their deaths, did that have any effect on your assessment of the boat case and how everything fit together if things were how they initially appeared?
It would have affected, I mean, yes, it did, and it would have ended the case.
It would have ended the case against who?
Against Alex Murdaugh.
And explain that to the jury. Why? What had changed after this terrible tragedy?
Well, when you have a civil case, nice people get good verdicts, okay, just generally speaking. Yes, sir. Nice people get good verdicts. You really have to motivate a jury to want to help somebody in a civil case. And so if you compared, say, Attila the Hun with some sweet grandmother, who gets a better result? It's the sweet grandmother. If Alec is the victim of a vigilante, nobody's going to hold him accountable. Doesn't make any difference what he did or how clearly what he did contributed. The case would be over against Alec. And so initially, it could have been over. It appeared that it was going to be over against Alec because I had other defendants. I had Parker's convenience store that clearly violated its rules. And so you wouldn't want a very sympathetic person in your case when you have somebody who clearly violated the rules and caused this tragedy. So it would have been over against him.
The sympathies of the case had changed if Alec had truly been, his family had been the victim of some vigilante or something like that.
The sympathies would have changed if that had been true.
And assessing those sympathies and those emotions in a case like this is what you do as a plaintiff's lawyer. Is that correct?
It's what we try to do.
And that's what Alex Murdaugh used to do as well when he was a plaintiff's lawyer.
I think he was good at reading people and knowing what made them tick.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Nothing further at this time. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Good morning, Mr. Tinsley.
Good morning.
Maybe just start asking a couple of questions that I think are just some things that we could agree on before maybe getting to some other things. Was there any life insurance for Maggie or Paul?
I don't believe there was any life insurance on anybody, including Alec.
And if this motions hearing, which was not just the motion to compel, it was other motions, correct, on June the 10th?
Yeah, there were some other motions.
And if that hearing had gone forward, at least for the motion to compel, this would have been another step in a process, right? In other words, I believe it was your previous testimony. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th, that this would have been another step, but it wasn't the end point.
So what happens?
Is that correct, sir? Yes or no? Am I misstating your testimony? There wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
You're jumping around, so it's hard for me to follow.
I apologize.
Well, if you let me finish.
No,
Your Honor, I would like to ask the witness to be allowed to finish his answer to one of those questions, and I object to the form of the question.
Pose one question.
Yes, Your Honor. Did you previously testify, I think that it's fair to say there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th?
I'm sorry,
Yes
you
or
were
no?
looking down. I couldn't hear what you said.
I'm sorry, I was reading it. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Did you testify, did those words come from that stand when you previously testified, yes or no?
I'm not trying to give you a hard time. You looked down again, and I could not understand what you said.
I
Was there an explosion?
apologize for that. I'll hold it up. I'm just trying to read it accurately. I think it's fair to say that there wouldn't have been an explosion on June the 10th. Yes or no, is that your testimony previously? Just yes or no.
It's possible. You're trying to turn it into something it's not, but I probably said words to that effect.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
You're asked about the motion to compel being another step in the process. Is that correct?
It was a way to put pressure on Alec.
But if after that hearing happens and an order granting a motion to compel had been issued, that starts a process that's going to run its course. Is that correct?
Objection, pleading.
If a order is, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase that. If a order to compel is granted, tell us about the process that happens after that as it relates to your specific interrogatory we've talked about here today.
Sure. The process starts on Alec's side way before. If you look at those exhibits that they marked the email, you'll see Danny Henderson. Again, Danny Henderson was his personal lawyer. Danny Henderson is also a shareholder in the firm. Danny Henderson is reviewing every single document, that's how meticulous Danny Henderson is. He reviews all of the account information before I get it. And nobody knows better what Alec's making than Danny Henderson. I mean, you'll see all these checks going out and all these payments being made, and Danny Henderson would have known. So the explosion.
Object, Your Honor. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
Foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, he is, speaking of,
Speaking of response to the objection.
he has testified as to the fact of his interactions with that individual who actually brought him insurance documents to review. I think he has a basis to know.
Foundation and your response to the objection.
I believe he has sufficient foundation to address that from his personal knowledge, Your Honor.
Overrule the objection. You may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. For instance, I had subpoenaed the phone records, not only Alex, his father's, but we also had John Marvin, Alex's brother's phone records. Danny reviewed those records for a long time before I could get my hands on them. Danny was involved in everything. He was at every hearing. He was at every deposition. He was intimately involved in every aspect of the case.
If an order to compel is issued, what was going to be your next step if you had an identification of accounts by the defendant?
Subpoena those accounts.
And if those accounts are subpoenaed, can potentially people move to quash those?
They could move to quash, but Danny Henderson would have looked at the documents in anticipation that I could get them.
Speculation.
I sustain the objection.
If motions to quash had been filed, though, you could have continued to seek that and there would have been further hearings. Is that correct?
I would have continued.
Objection to sustain. That's the leading.
What would have happened if motions to quash were filed as to any subpoenas you issued for the specific information about the defendant's accounts?
I would have continued to push. We would have continued to argue about it.
Would have a process been put in motion, though, that was going to conclusion if an order had been issued on June 10th, 2021?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Let's step down.
Thank you.
The next witness.
May it please the court. Your Honor, this time the state of South Carolina calls Ms. Blanca Simpson.
Be careful when you do it. Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. You affirm the testimony about the Lord's Spirit, which God shall give the truth to help you God. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson, Turrubiate-Simpson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is this difficult for you to be here today?
Yes, sir, it is.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury Ms. Simpson, about yourself, where you're from, your family, if you want to, and just kind of what you've been doing in life leading up to today, generally, please.
Yes, sir. I'm originally from Brownsville, Texas. I joined the military at the age of 17. I was in Norfolk, Virginia for almost 9.5 years. I was stationed on the USS Puget Sound, USS Shenandoah, Naval Air Station Oceana right before I left.
What'd you do there?
Heavy equipment operator.
Okay.
And my husband was also heavy equipment operator. We were both in the same field. We decided that the military was just not going to be good environment for raising children. So we made a decision, instead of moving to Texas, we moved to South Carolina, where he was from. And we have 5 children, 34, 31, 23, 21, and a 17-year-old. They're all been raised down here in South Carolina.
Any of them still at home?
Yes, sir, 17-year-old.
Where was your husband from? You said he moved back home. Where was he from?
My husband's originally from Gifford, South Carolina.
Say it again.
Gifford, South
Gifford.
Carolina.
Okay. And what does he do?
He's a police officer for Hampton.
When you came to South Carolina, you'd never been here before, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do when you got here besides the hardest job in the world, being a mom and raising kids? What else did you do?
When we moved here, we had enough leave built that we didn't have to work for almost 2 months. So I went to, after about a week, I kind of got bored because I'm used to having hands-on doing something. So I went to the local Piggly Wiggly store in town and I asked I didn't know he was the owner at the time. I realized he was the owner after, if I could get a job because I was bored. And
How many kids do you have?
I have 5.
Okay.
But I only had the 2 oldest ones
Okay.
at that time. And so he said the only job he had was a stalker. And I actually had no idea what that meant because I had just graduated high school and went in the military. So I didn't know. But I told him I would take it as long as it would get me out of the house for a little bit. So I took that job, and then within a week, I got a call from another job that I had put in where it was brazing or welding at Scotsman, which is in Allendale County. And I figured, well, it offers benefits, and it would be better transition for the kids, dental, that sort of thing. So I went there. After about 2 weeks, another job called me and had better dental medical benefits for my kids. So that was the first time I went to work for the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I opened up Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I was the first class to graduate from Ridgeland Correctional Institution. I worked my way up from correctional officer to sergeant. I managed the outside details and the road crew on the interstate. Also a crew that would go out to Hunting Island for maintenance to assist with the park rangers. In 2001, I was offered a job at the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and I accepted the job. So I left Ridgeland Correctional Institution, went to work for FCI Estill, Federal Correctional Institution, Estill, South Carolina, where I stayed until 2007. My job, basically, I started back from the bottom as a correctional officer, and before my year's up, I got promoted to the Special Investigative Support Tech Office, where I was responsible for managing, producing reports, weekly reports, and also profiling the Hispanic gangs, because there was not a lot of staff members that were bilingual. So my job basically became profiling, interviewing, and associating members, the inmate population with gangs.
And how long did you do that?
From 2001 to 2007.
Not that anybody cares, but is that when I first met you?
Yes, sir.
Did you help me arrange a meeting with a prisoner I need to interview?
Yes, sir.
And why did you leave that job?
Just burned, when you're the only, one of the only ones in the office that's bilingual, and you're constantly getting called out for different incidents dealing with a Hispanic population that had grown out quite a bit from the time I got there. And still having to do your daily duties in the office and nobody's helping you, you tend to burn out pretty quick. So
So if an
I
incident,
made a decision to leave.
so if an incident happened when they needed a translator,
I
Your
was
phone
called,
got called.
I had to stop what I was doing and respond to whatever incident dealing with the Hispanic inmates.
what did you do after that?
I went into real estate for a little bit, which was not so good because that's when the market crashed.
And again, for the jury's edification, what year is this when you quit the prison?
2007
And you're living where?
in Brunson.
I'm sorry.
Brunson,
So how long did you stay in real estate?
maybe about a year and a half.
Your family's grown at this point, I presume?
Yes, sir.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended. You know, she was Hispanic, and we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, "I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand." She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, "I'm going to find you an attorney. I'll look around." I said, "And we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one." And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, sir. He told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translator.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case.
Yes, sir. I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir. I
Alex Murdaugh?
did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. He would, it wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, you know, whatever I did, whether it was to get them signed up with a law firm, basically, you know, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, you know, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did that change into a caregiver, if you will, or respectfully, I don't mean housekeeper or whatever term you'd like to call it, for Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alex had called me and said Maggie was looking for a person to help her in the home. And at that point, real estate wasn't really doing much for me. And so I couldn't find anybody. I had asked around. And at that point, I told him, I said, well, I'll help her. And he was like, are you sure? I was like, yeah, I'll help her. I said, it's no big deal to me. It's honest work. So I said that I would help her.
You were clearly qualified.
Yes, sir.
So what did you start doing for either the Murdaughs or Maggie Murdaugh?
I started helping the other ladies in the house with the cleaning, with running errands, running to the bank for her, whatever she needed me to do.
And when did that start, Ms. Blanca?
In 2007.
And were the two young children, or the two children, Paul and Buster Murdaugh, were they younger? Obviously, they were younger.
Yes, sir, they were young.
And would you have interaction with them and/or Alex Murdaugh during this time period?
Yes, sir.
How often were you working for the Murdaughs?
At that point, it was maybe every other day, depending on how often she needed me.
And where was that? Where specifically were you working? Where was their house?
At the house on Holly Street in Hampton.
How long did that go on before you stopped and tell them why you stopped?
I worked there with them on and off, like I said, not on and off, I shouldn't say that. Every 2 to 3 days, you know, or it wasn't a daily thing at that point. Then I did go probably about maybe, I can't recall whether it was a few months later or a couple weeks later. There was an incident at the house, and somebody had tried to burn the house. So that's when I actually went and started helping her more full time, because she had to go through a lot of the damages and all that. I helped her document a lot of whatever damages were done from the diesel and stuff that was spilled all throughout the house by the individual.
And maybe I wasn't clear in my question. Did there come a point where you had some health issues?
Yes, sir. At one point, I suffered a stroke and I had to stop working and go through rehab for a while.
And what year was that? 17 and 18, maybe?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So prior to your stroke and you had to go to rehab, how long did you work for the Murdaughs?
It was a few years by then.
How long were you out after you had your stroke, Blanca?
Maybe almost 4 years.
Did there come a point where you went back and started working with Alex, with the Murdaugh family?
Yes, sir.
And tell these folks when that was.
Shortly after the boating accident, I reached out to Alex and Maggie, and I told them if they needed anything that they could call on me. And at that point, Maggie said that she would like for me to come back if I was able to. So I told her I would. At that point, I was feeling better, so I told her that I would go back. And once I went back, it was like I actually never left.
I was just informed the stroke was in 2015, not 2017. I
Yes, sir.
apologize.
Yes, sir.
So after your recovery, you started working and actually called them, the Murdaugh family, and said, if y'all need anything.
If y'all need anything, I'm here.
And I don't think anybody will dispute that was in February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Time period.
Yes, sir.
So when you went back to work with the family after the boating accident, tell these folks, what were your duties then? What was your job?
I started right back at the same thing. I was helping with the cleaning. I was helping running errands. I would cash checks. I would, and what I say by cashing checks for Maggie, sometimes she didn't have time or she was busy doing other things. So she would send me to the bank to cash checks, to pay the people that she had working around the house. The main.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. The maintenance line, that sort of thing, whatever she was doing around the house.
And where were they living, the Murdaugh family, at this point in 2019?
Both places,
Okay, tell the folks where both places.
Moselle and Hampton.
So you're working at both residences?
Yes, sir, both.
And did there come a time where they moved exclusively for the primary residence to, well, where was their primary residence?
Their primary residence was Holly Street, and once they sold the house, they moved straight into Moselle, full-time.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, and I'm limited what I can say in a murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS.
Just to catch up?
Just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At
At-
the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door, and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me, and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your,
Yes, sir, I did.
and did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
Did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries,
No worries.
no worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple and I believe she said pineapple first and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange. I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No.
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's marked States 54, Sparker. Excuse me, Defendants 54 for the record. Did you have any other texts with Miss Maggie before you got to Moselle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment. And she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And she said, and in the phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated. So she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that CB had done.
At CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend. So he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Excuse
Maggie,
me, Paul to come.
Paul, that's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at defendants 54, can you read that? Text?
He said, "Thank you. I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia." And then she's got some emojis. She said, "Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well."
And when she said, "I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open," that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Miller, you're standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When you had just testified, you didn't think she wanted to come home. Was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
Call speculation unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alex Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
Was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alex Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alex Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alex Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alex Murdaugh, best you remember when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there. So he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021 when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on and he was putting his coat on. And he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve,
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It was,
put on top of it?
it was a dark color.
Did you put a tie on? He didn't have a tie with that on.
No,
I
sir.
was just. Where's ties anymore? Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you make?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said, the dinner was on the, I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is "no worries." Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working,
Yes,
law
sir.
enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No,
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
the next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning.
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. And he said, B, they're gone. They're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Eddystone? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was
sir,
going
I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes,
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't
Okay.
remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda. So I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay. And so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way. And he said, just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house. He said, you knew her the best. He said, you know how she likes stuff. So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle from
Alameda
Alameda.
to start with.
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort him.
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look. So I said, okay. And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance wise?
From the house, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley's side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton, or if I, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right? 2021.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove. And I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Wow.
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, you know, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub. And by the shower, if you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was and I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but you know, they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts, were you saying up on a shelf, or shirts? How were they?
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here. And then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box looking, you know. Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept t-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say t-shirts, I know what a t-shirt is, but I mean, were they t-shirts like I'm wearing right now? Or were they t-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be t-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of t-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron t-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his t-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white t-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the t-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts, the dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts. You know that.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021. Okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel,
It was damp.
what did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not discuss your testimony. We'll take about 10 minutes.
back, everybody. So they've taken a short break right now in the Alex Murdaugh trial, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about what we just saw and heard in that courtroom. So I'm joined once again by litigator Richard Schoenstein, but also joining the conversation is criminal defense attorney Kathleen Bogenschutz. So Kathleen, it's good to see you. I'll start with you on this. I want to start with what we had just heard from the housekeeper regarding she goes to the house after the killings. And she notices a few things that are a bit odd, right? So she notices that the pans and the pots, the pots with the lids of them are in the refrigerator. That's uncharacteristic of how the Murdaughs had behaved in the past. She talked about finding a pair of khakis that were by the shower, maybe presumably the khakis that Alex Murdaugh was wearing earlier in the day. She talked about a damp towel. I want to say that's what it was. Let's start on her observations of the house afterwards. What'd you take away from that?
So we've already heard the testimony from some of the other family members, some of the other people around Alex Murdaugh, but he didn't spend the night there that night. So it's kind of leading you to jump to the fact that he must have showered prior to the police being called, because he spent the night, I believe, at his brother's house, if I remember correctly. And the damp towel, the pots in the fridge, the fact that he summoned both of them there within a period of time that seems to be pretty tight. I mean, all of this goes to intent and hiding evidence, and then summoning the housekeeper to tidy up too. I mean, that's sign number one that please help me, contaminate this crime scene.
Okay, so Rich, I'll turn it over to you about what you took away from the direct examination, because I'll tell you one thing that we didn't hear. Apparently she had prepared them dinner, but she had left. So it's, I thought she would somehow help or add some context to the timeline, right? In the sense that Alex Murdaugh said he had dinner, he never went down to the kennels, he took a nap, then went to visit his mother. She can't really add more to that part, right? But she did add to the fact that she made the dinner. What did you take away from her direct?
She doesn't resolve that point. I agree with Kathleen. The biggest takeaway for me was the notion that Alex had summoned both Maggie and Paul to come home. That's huge. If he called them there on the night that they were murdered, that's a fact I didn't know. But I want to raise this issue. Kathleen mentions Alex summoned the housekeeper home to tidy up. Why is there a housekeeper in a crime scene the morning after a double murder? This is absurd. Where was SLED? Where was law enforcement? She's walking around, she's picking up and washing khaki pants. Those pants might have been evidence. She's looking in the fridge. She had no business being there. And I don't know why that was allowed to happen. And if I was the defense, I'd be making a lot of, here we go again. They didn't secure the crime scene. Yeah. They didn't do a proper investigation. This was Alex Murdaugh, so they didn't even do this the right way. And that I found that particularly troubling.
I agree. I mean, there are parts of that where I think the defense makes really headway in terms of a failure to preserve the crime scene. I mean, earlier on in the case, we had learned that one of the bloody footprints belonged to one of the officers, right? And so when you hear that, that can tank a prosecution's case. So here's the thing. I want to actually play you a little bit from the housekeeper from earlier today. And this is when she talks about entering the home and how unusual it was that Maggie Murdaugh had clothes laid out on the bed.
What did you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not.
Okay, let's go to our boots on the ground. Gigi McKelvey, our law and crime correspondent. Gigi, what a morning we have seen. What were some of the main takeaways And let me ask you this: what has been what has the jury been listening to? Especially, have they been attentive throughout the testimony this morning? Mark Tinsley and now Ms. Simpson, the housekeeper.
Definitely more attention to the housekeeper right now. And essentially what we're taking away is that when she went into Moselle on the 8th, just hours after the murders, there were some things that were strange for her, such as the food she had cooked. The pots were inside the refrigerator. Normally they just leave them on the stove when they're finished. And I guess she takes care of that. She saw a towel on the floor and some water beside the shower. And Maggie's clothes were laid out in the laundry room, folded neatly. And she mentioned underwear because it's kind of a private thing, but she said Miss Maggie did not wear undergarments when she wore her PJs. So that stood out to her. And then in the closet, there was a damp towel and a t-shirt that had fallen off of a stack of t-shirts and landed on the floor. So she took all the clothes and washed them. And so we're just trying to figure out where they're going with this.
Well, it sounds to me we're getting maybe an explanation about if he had killed them in a certain with the clothes that he was wearing earlier on in the day, what might have happened. I mean, is this new evidence? Did we know about this at all, Gigi? Because it feels pretty bombshell.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about this at all. So it's people are very curious what's going to happen here after break, because it seems like the jury was sent out quickly. I don't know if they have to discuss some things outside the presence, but we took that break. So I'm very curious to find out. The only thing for me, though, is if those were the clothes he wore, I mean, would they have biological evidence? But if he wore the tarp/rain jacket, maybe not. So very interesting. We're hoping they wrap this up and tell us where they're going with this soon. But it seems like we're headed that way.
So tell me what you know about the next phase of this case, because my understanding is the prosecution may be wrapping up by next week. Do we have an understanding of who else they want to call to the stand? And then let's also talk about who the defense plans to call.
Well, there's question about whether or not Eddie Smith will be testifying. I've heard possibly Monday if he does. We still haven't heard from the medical examiner. So I anticipate that's going to come in. But it seems like now we're kind of getting down to these witnesses that I don't want to say matter the most, but maybe have what the prosecution wants to rest their case with. Right. With some more bombshell stuff to leave the jury with before the defense takes over. It seems like we're heading down that road.
All right, Gigi McKelvey, thank you. Great reporting as always. I know you have to head back into that courtroom. Kathleen, I know our time is limited. It's coming to an end, so I want to throw it over to you now. So we are at the point where the prosecution has, I think they've moved past the financial crimes evidence. They are going back into some of the forensics. They are going back into witness testimony related to the murders. How strong is the prosecution's case right now?
With every moment this witness is on the stand, I think it gets stronger. And I do want to go back to one thing that she said, that she was told about the murders by Alex the following morning, and that he told her how to get into the house without bothering the sled agents. Remember, he was saying, they're all in the back by the kennels, so make sure you go through the front and just start tidying the way Maggie liked it. I thought that was damning for a prosecutor to do that.
So I'll stick with you, Kathleen, because again, we're signing you off. You're defense counsel now. You get an opportunity to cross-examine her. What are you going to do?
Oh, she seems incredibly sympathetic. I think you just try to get the points that you want to make and leave. As far as, what did you touch? What did you move? Oh my gosh, they didn't photograph this. They should have collected this evidence last night. Those kinds of things.
Rich, that's what you said.
Yeah, well, I would do some of that. And assuming I already know the answer to this, I would say, so those khakis didn't have any blood on them. You didn't find any blood. You didn't find, other evidence when you were wandering around the crime scene the day after the double murder. I would just establish that other than some pots in the fridge and a couple things out of place, it wasn't that out of the ordinary.
It wasn't that significant,
right.
Which is something that we've seen from the defense. Like they try to diffuse the bombs that have been put forward by the prosecution by saying it's not as big as they're making it seem. Kathleen, thank you so much. Appreciate you taking the time. Rich and I, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we clearly have so much to talk about more in this case. And of course, we're waiting to jump back live. Stay with us.
You may bring the jury. Thank you. You may proceed. Mr. Harpootney and Mr. Waters, if you all would be seated.
Oh, sorry.
Ms. Simpson.
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as state 7. Just, can you see those pence in state 7?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those
I can't
pants?
hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in state 7?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were these pants kept in state 7?
The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these his shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now this shirt that's also in States 7. Had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are parents having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
Look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in State 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
Now, could we please play States 306, please? Can you see, would you look right there at your monitor? As they're fixing that, when Mr. Monk. Okay, freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be a pair of loafers.
Loafers?
House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well, tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alex Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
The Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alex Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir. I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir. They did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after
Solicitor Murdaugh.
yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did in fact you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of. And my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there. And it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks, what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, when we get to the video, the kennel video, please? Was it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Go ahead. Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell him about that, please. Please go.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
You have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth. And at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he.
in your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
In August of 2021, Ms. Blanca,
Yes, sir.
did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave. And he said, B, I need to talk to you. And he said, come here, sit down. So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, I got a bad feeling. He said, I got a bad feeling. He said, something's not right. And then he said, well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video. And he said, you remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vine shirt? That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vine's shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention, he said, well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt. He said, in the, that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, that it appeared to you he was trying to tell you to say, I was wearing the shirt.
Objection is sustained. That's the formal question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was a shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanco. City was marked 455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes,
On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay. And he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done. He said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he going to go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
John, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me?
Talking to him.
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Your Honor, we
Sort of
just talked.
surprised.
I think with that's 455, 457 without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections, I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection? You said reserving your previous objection.
I apologize, I'm so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Did it without objection. There you go.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer asked, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? Do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
But she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house. And she had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor. I object to.
Well, I know you objected, and
But he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated. Yes.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think that's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Meadors.
Your Honor, and for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
We're
sorry.
not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to elicit. That's it. I want to go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected and it just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 8033, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
8033, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian?
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarant's. Maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes,
sir. So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious of anything in the days leading up to this murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanc. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
Well, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer her. I asked for the money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there. That long problem.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into first the what you allowed in under 403, 404B, and raised Jessica. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, putting financial stress on her. There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind on financial issues. I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
No. We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back.
Well, hearsay normally would not come in unless there's an exception to that hearsay rule. And the reason we wouldn't allow hearsay in is we don't want to play broken telephone, right? We don't want a witness to say, somebody told me something else, and that might be lost in translation. So in the interest of fairness, either the witness has to testify to what they said, which in this case can't happen because she's dead, or the statement has to be somehow reliable. And so that's where there's other reasons for that reliability, and there's exceptions to hearsay. A spontaneously uttered statement, an excited statement, a statement of a present sense impression, a statement about somebody's mental health or physical well-being at the time. Those are some examples of exceptions to the hearsay rule, which would allow those statements in. And so the housekeeper is going to testify about what Maggie said, which goes to her state of mind at the time that she's feeling anxious. And of course, it's going to pave the way for the potential motive for this murder.
Yeah, okay. So not only that, Rich, but what we also learned is apparently Maggie's wedding ring was in the SUV, a week before the killing? So now I'm thinking, well, there are problems in the marriage. She's thinking about the money. She's thinking about the marriage. This is not good for the defense.
That's where the prosecution is going. And the judge noted that the defense has been arguing throughout this trial that it was a happy family, a happy marriage, everything was peaches and cream. And now we find a wedding band in the back of the car under the seat, and that Maggie was stressed about financial issues. So as to the relevance of that comment, it's to establish that maybe this family wasn't as happy as the defense would have you believe.
The twists and turns in this case, I get like whiplash. I don't know which way to go with it. Let's go back live. I'll tell you, we can do that and see which way it goes.
All right, thank you. The last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. 30 million is what she told me.
We're going to show you what's marked 297.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir. I cheated.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about 30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
She was, what was she anxious about?
She said she knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
show you what's marked states 297. Excuse me, entered as 297.
Get back. Quick, Gage. Quick. It's okay. Come on. Okay. Hey, he got verses now. Bubba. Hey, Bubba. It's a beauty. This is a chicken. Come on, catch. Quick.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And then previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did. At a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
And you say that emphatically. What, do you know that?
She was scared. It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
Sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alex Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did. He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
And Paul, were you familiar with his habits regarding cell phones?
Not the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yeah, so there was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
You didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Beg court's indulgence, just a few seconds, Judge. did this, I'm sorry, Judge, is the individual in states. Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alex Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper?
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes, have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all, thank you.
Your Honor. And my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we did.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly. Yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you'd ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basic objection you're on.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white and he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on, it wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
All the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, would that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul just been killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay, his sister, Lynn, do you know Lynn?
I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the,
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
I'll make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection. Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry. The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Answer the question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right. But you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel.
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house. And I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex. And he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I mean, I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken.
That wasn't unusual. No.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. Do you know on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir, he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
And were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know that.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your
when,
Honor, objection to. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
I
To
don't-
which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
You don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was what Alex was wearing the night of
I'm going to
the,
object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alex Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he,
Objection.
Objection sustained.
okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
You washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, Would there be,
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any bloodstains?
There appear to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes? Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left?
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt you can't remember?
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt?
Without objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were gonna lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call? Keep that. I mean, you just talked about up at the house, there was a sweet spot, if you'll.
Yes, sir.
Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts?
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21, after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry, I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question. Number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
Meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Well, be seated. Okay, what is the question?
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
So, what's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, and response.
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one. It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties. It's Alex.
Statement by the party opponent, being a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
Others?
This matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interests, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some, they thought that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
And Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you about talking to Swed that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what was self-serving if she didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about Swed.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's
He's
not
got
appropriate.
a Fifth Amendment right to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I think Brent will let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize, Your Honor.
I get that.
All right.
that connects the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, to the crimes. it's a very circumstantial case. There's stuff missing that maybe you would like to see in a case of this sort, like maybe the guns, maybe what I'm calling the preppy clothes, you know, the khakis and the blue shirt that were being worn during the tree bending incident when he was out there with Paul. We've learned a little bit from this witness that maybe they were back in the house and maybe this witness, Blanca Simpson, washed them. Give me your broad brush, Tracy, on that level of presentation in this case, just the hardcore evidence.
Well, it's good to be on with you, Michael. You know, I think that that is really the place where they can point the most reasonable doubt in this case. Just from listening to Harpootlian at the beginning, sort of poke holes in terms of the initial investigators, right, and their collection or really lack thereof of footprints, of fingerprints, lack of securing the crime scene, the fact that things were done, you know, a few hours later, a few days later. I think that's also what he's doing here when he was asking this housekeeper about whether or not SLED had asked her for these things or asked her to not clean, quite frankly, you know, before she actually went ahead and did so. And her saying that they never did really sort of makes a jury question the veracity and question the competence, quite frankly, of SLED. And so that you already have a circumstantial case, right? And then now on top of that, you have the defense poking holes in the collection of really what evidence there was even in the first place.
Yeah, it's bizarre, I think, that the day after you have the housekeeper just showing up, hey, just another day on the job, and she gets a call from Alex Murdaugh saying, you know, this tragedy has happened, but, you know, just stay away from the kennels, go in the front door and clean up. So, Catherine, that's weird.
That is definitely weird. I say that's one of the top testimony, critical testimony that she provided us, which is Alex Murdaugh actually told her to go to the house, clean, and instructed her where to go to avoid the SLED agents. He is a trial attorney, so he should have known better that if you want to catch the killer of your wife and son, wouldn't you want to preserve the evidence as much as possible? And I think it's not unusual for the SLED agents to give him some slack, him and his family. During the Mallory Beach boating incident, Mallory Beach's mom stated in an interview that she saw the Murdaugh's family able to go to the crime scene, but she couldn't. So there are some slacks giving to that family because of their stature.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting that the big issue, one of the issues, was the pots of food on the stove. Why were they not on the stove? Seems to me, give me your take, Tracy. If I'm in a rush because I've just killed family members and I need to clean up, and I'm not sure taking the pots off the stove and putting them in the fridge is a high priority for me, especially if we never do that normally. What's your take on that bit of info?
You know, it's definitely not a high priority for me. And I completely agree with Catherine that I do feel like this family is sometimes afforded a bit of leniency because of their stature within the community. No, it's not logical behavior. You're absolutely right. However, to say that, I have investigated cases where people have done a lot of very illogical things. I had a gang violence case where the guy wanted to finish putting cream cheese on his bagel. You know, so there's that type of thing is, yes, unusual and does perhaps speak to guilt or innocence, but it's not something that I haven't seen before.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right, both of you, that the morning after there was a lot of leeway given to the Murdaugh family. I don't think there was a shred of concern that he had done this. That developed over time. Okay, before we take a quick break, I know that Rich Schoenstein earlier today had a tarp and a jacket on, and I'm gonna an injunction against him for using props. But anyway, my question is bigger than that. What is this? Is it a tarp? Is it a poncho or rain jacket? Remember, the housekeeper for Alex Murdaugh's mom said somebody came in just holding this thing rumpled up. We don't know what it was. So maybe it's not so easy to tell what something is. I know this is a little unfair in this 2D world, but Tracy, what is it? Is it a raincoat, poncho? Is it a tarp? What's your thought? Guess.
In all honesty, it looks a lot like my FBI raid jacket. Just folded up.
Okay, I'm going to give you that. I'll give you that one. And Catherine, your thoughts?
I would say it's a raincoat as well. And I agree. It's so difficult to figure it out when it's clumped up like that.
I mean, I tell you, it's got grommets on it. It's got grommets. See that? It's a grommet. I don't know if that makes a difference. Okay, we'll figure that out over the course of the afternoon. Let's take a break. We'll come back. They are on a break in the courtroom while they sort out an objection over hearsay. It seems like sort of a lesson that's being dealt with in the court to figure out what that really means. We'll take a break here and come back, figure it out. Objection, hearsay. That's where we are in the case out of South Carolina. The attorneys got into a bit of a row over whether or not the witness on the stand, Blanca Simpson, the former housekeeper, could be asked about something Alex Murdaugh either said or did not say to her. So while they sort that out, gives us a chance to look back at some of her very important testimony from earlier today. Again, this was the housekeeper that went to the house as she normally would on the morning after the murders. This would be on Tuesday morning, the 8th. Went in, started doing some cleaning, and observed some interesting things that maybe helped shed light on what was going on at the time of the murders. Anyway, let's look at some of her testimony and how she and Alex Murdaugh actually got together.
And did there come a point that you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell them how that happened? Tell the ladies and gentlemen how that transpired.
When I first moved to Gifford with my husband, like I said, I was bored, so I went to work at the grocery store. At the grocery store, and during the time that I moved, there was not a lot of Hispanic families living in that area. It has since grown in the years. I met a lady who I befriended, she was Hispanic. And we started talking because she was the only other Hispanic person that I had actually seen in the area. So we started talking back and forth, and it was nice to speak in your native tongue with somebody. Her son had an accident at the school on his way after school, walking to the car, and he had gotten hurt. One of the ladies that worked at the school had recommended that she use an attorney from Walterboro. And a couple of months had gone by, and I noticed that she was under a lot of stress. And as I talked to her, she said, I just have to get all these documents. I don't understand. She spoke English, but it was very broken English. So she was having a difficult time explaining what she needed for the attorney. So I told her, I said, I'm gonna find you an attorney. I'll look around. I said, and we'll go ahead and fire that attorney and hire you a new one. And because we didn't want the statute of limitations to run out on her case. So at that point, I started looking around, and I happened to walk into the law firm. And it was the old offices where I met Alex.
Just walked in, and that's where you met the defendant, Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you were trying to assist this individual who was having trouble communicating with her prior attorney. Don't mention whoever that attorney was, but you helped her get a new attorney.
Yes, sir.
Did you help with that case, that particular case with this friend?
Yes, he told me he would take the case.
Who is he? Who's
Alex told me he would take the case as long as I translated and helped him with the details. Because he didn't have anybody in the office that was bilingual, and I agreed.
You were a hot commodity, weren't you? I mean, there was a need for translators.
Yes, sir.
So you helped with that case?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you assist in other cases with
Yes, sir, I did. At times, Alec would call me and ask him if I could assist in translating, or when there were accidents and the folks were injured, and if they did not speak the English language, he would ask me to translate.
And were you getting paid for this service?
Yes, sir. It wasn't a set fee. It was just depending on the case, whatever I did, whether it was to get him signed up with a law firm, basically, or if I had any type of, in the Hispanic community, when you are in trouble or you're in need of something, and a lot of times those accidents, when they happen in the area, they are not from here. The language barrier is a big thing for them. So my instinct was more to make sure that they were well accommodated and whatever they needed. So sometimes he would reimburse me for my out-of-pocket whenever I helped the individuals, who were in the accident.
And that went on for a period of time when you were assisting either Alex Murdaugh or the law firm, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We hadn't heard much about Maggie, limited what I can say in the murder case, but did y'all get fairly close?
Yes, sir.
And when you had quit working for her and you had your stroke, did you ever see her during that time period when you weren't working for her?
Yes, sir. Maggie would, I would see her in town, and she would often signal me to pull over. So we just used to stop sometimes and just talk and see how things were going at the local CVS.
Just to catch up?
Just to catch up and see how everybody was doing.
And prior, when you were working and after, would you, and I'm not asking you to say what, but y'all got close and would talk personal things?
Yes, sir.
When you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning?
Yes, sir.
How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call, he called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was, his voice sounded really shaky. He said, B, they're gone. They're gone. And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edisto? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend what
No,
was going
sir, I
on?
did not. So he told me again, he said, no, B, they're dead. And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone.
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead, I dropped the phone. And I believe I said, I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
So there's the housekeeper, Blanca Simpson. Weird how things turn out in life. She starts doing some translating for Murdaugh as a kind of a helper with a case here and there. And the next thing you know, boom, she's working as a housekeeper. Tracy Walters here, Catherine Lizardo. Hey, I like her. She's believable. I can't see any reason to distrust her. It doesn't sound like she feels obligated in any way. She did tear up occasionally, Tracy, when talking about, what she learned that morning, the morning of the 8th. But how do you read her?
Oh, I read her the same way that you do. I feel that she's very believable. She's genuine. She's not sort of overly hysterical, and she's very measured, very composed. I think that she doesn't appear that she has any agenda. Sometimes you'll see that with people on the witness stand that they have an agenda, for the plaintiffs or the defendants. But in this case, she doesn't seem that she has an agenda, rather than she's really just reiterating what happened. And I believe that she is an excellent witness for the prosecution.
So now we get to Catherine. What is she saying? What is she saying that helps or hurts either side? On cross, and that's where we are right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me set this up real quick. On cross, where we are now, and we're going to come back from the break once they figure out their problems there, Catherine. There's an objection pending. So the cross did a great job of saying, well, did you see any blood on the pants that you washed? They just happened to look like the pants he was wearing in that video pre-murders. So the defense is making some points here.
They are, in terms of, she even testified that she washed or cleaned the bathroom. So if Alex Murdaugh actually washed up after the murder, all of that evidence is gone because she cleaned it. I think her testimony is very critical, though, in terms of saying that I actually never saw the clothes and shoes, not just the clothes, but the entire outfit that he was wearing in that video, which is very unusual. And she knows all of her clothes, all of their clothes, the family's clothes, because she's very close to them. So that ties up that question, what happened to the clothes? No one knows, but we established it's nowhere in the house.
So we also have, Tracy, this T-shirt she found laying on the ground. There's no suggestion it's the one he was wearing when the cops were there, but apparently maybe it was one that fell off a pile. He's one of those guys, either he has people to do it, but he has a pile of white T-shirts in a closet or in a cabinet, and it seems like maybe in the rush to change clothes, one of the loose T-shirts fell to the ground. What do you make of that?
That very well could be the case, and then that one fell to the ground, or he's just not an orderly person. But to your point, he does have someone that helps him with that. I do think in this case, though, as Catherine pointed out, sometimes it's about the absence of evidence rather than a lot of evidence, and the fact that we haven't been able that she was not able to see those items, and she's so familiar with the family, that actually could be a critical piece of evidence. Simply the fact that you don't have them. So that's something to think about as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I mean, that's why we're so in tune to this case, because there are so many things that can cut both ways. It really is amazing. And we're going to take a quick break here. And as I've said, what is this, folks? Is this a tarp? Is it a poncho? Is it a rain jacket? If you just see somebody bring this in one night, This is all you see? What is it? All we know for sure is the tarp was never tested, and the rain jacket poncho had GSR on it. So make of that what you will. Taking a break. We'll come back. The court should be back soon. A little tussle over an objection is underway. We will go live there when they come back, though. Stay where you are.
You may now be seated.
The objection is sustained. It's hearsay. You bring the jury. All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy, okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away. They were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's a
thank you.
good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he did.
Matter of fact, there are all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed
Okay,
room.
you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements, I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas
golf
cart?
cart, yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in Dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is Dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things. Did that day you saw the sled folks in there, did you see them taking any pictures? Or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket,
Yes, sir, I was.
okay? And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever, and what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything, a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had one or two items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put exhibit number? Yes, please. And blow it up for me, please. Okay, how about make that bigger for me, please? No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry, the Snapchat picture. I apologize. Well, wait 1 second. You see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
You've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle.
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? Remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay. But none of them looked like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at you understand this is 7:40 p.m. That evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. That was not the shirt.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence, one moment. You were aware he had clothes at his office, kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? You have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
Sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Now, let me show you. (107). Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
This is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. So you left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left.
Okay.
But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck or a white truck was sitting at the kennels. So I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking it.
But you didn't see Alex anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome. I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange. Thank you. I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Alameda with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She's
Yes.
worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
Yes.
Now, you've got the exhibit. Take that from me and hand it to. Okay. So, she preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your text, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right? I mean, she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this is?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day. And she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto. And she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final.
But for Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did SWED ask you at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about any, well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection.
The objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she's concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence. Apologize. I moved 107 into evidence.
Have you got it? Is it up there?
I gave it to the clerk. Yeah.
Any objection?
Oh, I think I already said no objection.
Submit it without objection.
That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Hey, please, court.
Mr. Harpootlian. Just got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the clothes in the closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
You never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And state 7, well, first of all, this is state 2. States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and it was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts,
New shirts.
new shorts.
Yes.
You know what kind?
Vineyard vines.
They were buying Vinnie vines
Yes, sir.
after the murders?
Yes, sir, they were like polo type vineyard vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard vines. Vinny vines is what they call them.
In state 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept? On states 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think it's our Putlian showed it 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
You can testify if you know.
You're on hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's all, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Look that up from the police. Just a couple questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
Dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture, he's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there, okay? Now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture. And you say this is a shirt, like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. Either on the sleeve or,
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is a Columbia style shirt.
It's not you're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning,
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
but those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right, okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that the only, well, I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for lunch and resume at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
Standard issue preppy clothes they seem to wear a lot down there. The khaki pants, the blue shirt, and the thing missing in what I'm calling the bending tree video doesn't have a blazer on, though. So joining me this hour is Tracy Walder. She is a former FBI agent, former CIA agent, and I'm just nervous just thinking about that because I have no representation here with me, Tracy. So good to have you along. I appreciate your insights on this case, which has so many different wrinkles in terms of the investigation, what was done, maybe what wasn't done, because some preferential treatment maybe for the Murdaugh family. So as this witness wrapped up and couldn't answer all the questions about all the clothes, where are you with that portion of this case?
You know, the clothing is very circumstantial, but I think, as I said before, one of the biggest issues I have is actually the absence of evidence, the absence of the fact that they couldn't find that shirt and that he was purchasing new clothes kind of immediately after this crime took place. I think that's the bigger concern to me. It seems that this housekeeper actually had a very good, almost log or memory of the clothing that the Murdaugh family had, and the fact that she can't account for that blue shirt video that you were mentioning with the bending tree, that to me is significant, because I would then think, well, the absence of evidence perhaps could point towards guilt and someone trying to hide said evidence. I also think the thing that is very interesting to me that I started to think about was, you know, the defense is really trying to point to someone else, you know, committing this crime, or kind of like that this is some public mob who wants to see him pay for this crime. But the interesting thing is that the family early on in this investigation was actually afforded a level of freedom that I've never seen before. It is absolutely astonishing to me that this housekeeper was allowed inside that main house and to clean the main house after a crime like this had occurred. I mean, we would usually lock down crime scenes, particularly ones of this nature that are a bit more complex, anywhere from 48 hours to 72 hours. And it's shocking to me that she was let in. And unfortunately, it points to SLED's investigative process perhaps being problematic.
Yeah, you would think that it would just be, you know, no brainer. Hey, by the way, SLED telling them just stay out of the main house too. You know, we don't know how big the crime scene is at this point. This is only like 12 hours after the murders. I thought this was interesting on the cross. They were trying to focus on Alex Murdaugh's weight loss, because remember, he had to go buy all these clothes. The time frame we're talking about here is within a couple of days of the murders. this guy, if this guy lost 20 pounds or so in 2 days, he had to market that program, whatever that is. It makes no sense to me, and I'm assuming to the jury, that you can explain away his purchase of new clothes by suggesting, hey, he lost weight, and yet the time frame is like this big. What's your thought?
Right, I actually honed in on that too. I had a bit of an eye roll behind the scenes. I don't know how you have a 20-pound weight loss in probably the span of 4 or 5 days. So no, I think that is borderline ridiculous. And clearly, if we were talking about months and years after, okay, fine, that's a believable defense in regards to this. But immediately buying new clothes after your son and wife have basically been butchered, quite frankly, is very surprising to me. It's not that he had a lack of clothes. And also, occasionally if I did see people going out to buy new clothes, it was because they couldn't access their homes that had these clothes in them. But in this case, we know that housekeeper went in there. We know that they were all allowed into the crime scene. So in my opinion, there's no reasonable explanation for him having to go out and buy volumes of new clothes. It wouldn't be the first thing on the top of my mind after my wife and son were brutally murdered.
Yeah, that is interesting. I guess you could argue that, hey, that was just his way of handling things, just trying to do something normal, just some shopping. And I have to believe that even if he's missing one outfit, probably got a few others laying around. And as you suggest, he wasn't barred from getting in his own closet. So it's interesting. I don't know what the hell it means, though, but I've said that about so many things that have been presented in this case. So let's take a break right now to they're on a lunch break, by the way. Look at some of the testimony from earlier today from this very important witness. And during the course of the housekeeper's testimony, there were objections about potential hearsay. And so it had to be wrangled outside the presence of the jury. Let's take a look at that.
In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
Gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
You remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders. Do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Well, she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house. And she had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. A few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup. She made herself a cup and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Your side.
Response.
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor, I object to.
Well, I know you objected and
But he is.
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
And I apologize.
Yes.
We were aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about his statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think it's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on the part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Meadows.
And for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes,
sir. Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the plaintiff's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to elicit. That's it. I want to go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected. It just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled.
So a lot happening there. Again, most of that taking place outside the presence of the jury, including a motion for mistrial, primarily because the prosecution had asked a question that really was more of a statement that the jury would hear as, wasn't Maggie concerned about money? And we know how big money has been in this case, although they're talking about a point in time months before the murder. So I'm not sure which way that cuts, because remember the prosecution's suggestion is that all of these financial issues boiled over on or about June 7th, 2021, the day of the murders. That was a little bit removed from that. So the mistrial motion, of course, was denied. No surprise. There was an objection for hearsay. That was sustained, so they didn't get further into that. They're on a break right now, and you know what that means. Coming up very soon, we will have a Q&A session. And Jeanette Levy standing by. But for the moment, Tracy Walder is here. She's an FBI agent, former FBI agent, and CIA agent. Let me ask you this. Did you go from the CIA to the FBI or vice versa, or can you tell me that?
I went from the CIA to the FBI.
Okay. Is that unusual?
It's my understanding, yes. I don't know too many people that have worked on the operations side, right, of both of those agencies, but it's my understanding, yes, it's unusual.
Interesting. So, burning question I have you ever done one of those escape games, or is that just unfair for you to play those games?
I have never done. Are you talking about like escape rooms, those kinds of things? I actually have never done one of those. I've always wanted to, but I never have. Sorry.
Okay, no, I think it would be unfair. So anyway, back to business here. So we have this witness on the stand. She's now done, by the way, Blanca Simpson now done providing some very interesting information today. Does it get us closer to pointing the finger at Alex Murdaugh, or is it just another mix that we just have to sort through?
You know, I'll just be very blunt. I thought that she was a great witness. Obviously, she was composed. She was clear in her answers, but I still don't think it was a slam dunk sort of situation. I think it does just provide sort of more circumstantial anecdotes. Quite frankly, again, we still haven't located that shirt. She testified she didn't see any blood. So I don't view this as something that was really definitive. Yes, it helps sort of speak to people's mindsets. It sort of, in terms of the prosecution, it helps with mindset. And in terms of with the defense, it shows sort of the poor investigative job that SLED maybe did. So I think it helps them both, but in different ways. But I don't view this testimony as definitive in any way, shape, or form.
Here's something I found interesting about her testimony, and that had to do with Maggie's car, which was impounded initially. Sounds like the right thing. And then Ms. Simpson is asked, hey, could you go pick that up? She does. And she, in her cleaning of the car after it comes back from the impound, and I'm guessing maybe there's fingerprint dust and, whatever other investigative tools that leave a mess behind. She finds Maggie's wedding ring underneath the driver's seat. Forensically, what does that mean to you?
I find that actually incredibly interesting. And that's, to me, one of the biggest takeaways from this. Yes, vehicles are incredibly dirty when they come back after forensic processing. We don't clean them for the person. And so it's not unusual that she would have been asked to clean it. But what I think is unusual is, in the recovery of Maggie's body and then the returning of her belongings to the family, the fact that she didn't have that wedding band and that wasn't noticed or made note of by her husband is interesting to me. Also, why did she take it off? Did it fall off? Was it something she was hiding? Did it just fall off her finger because it didn't fit? But I find all of that to be very interesting. And perhaps it's a symbol of something, I don't know. But I do think that to me is one of the most interesting developments out of this today. It's surprising to me that it went that long without people noticing it wasn't on her person.
Yeah, that's what makes you wonder, okay, was it just that day? She had to take it off for some reason. It fell off. Had there been issues with it being too big and it was falling off? Very interesting. And we only know one little nugget of info that there might have been some discord, and that was some story that she had approached a divorce lawyer about 6 weeks prior. That really hasn't been fleshed out. So this ring issue, it really makes you wonder, okay, there's got to be a reason that ring was there. I don't put it at just raw accident. I'm driving and my ring falls off and lands under the seat. I'm not going for that. Okay. So we're going to take a break here, Tracy. Stay where you are. We have the big Q&A session coming up, the little lunch and learn with Anjanette Levy, and Gigi McKelvey is at the scene. So we'll take a break, get into that when we come right back.
I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks so much for joining us here on Law and Crime. We are taking your questions this lunch hour in the trial of Alex Murdaugh in Colleton County, South Carolina. And we have a great group with us today to take all of your questions. So keep those coming to us both on our Twitter feed and in our YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. So with me this hour is Michael Bryant, Law and Crime Network host, also an attorney. Gigi McKelvey is here with us from Law and Crime. She's actually at the courthouse there in Walterboro. And along with her is Amy Zimmercheck. She represents Curtis Eddie Smith, who is a name we've heard many times related to this case, really not in court really just yet, but he is a distant cousin of Alex Murdaugh's. He is facing some charges for allegedly assisting Alex Murdaugh in laundering some money and some drug-related charges as well. So welcome to everybody. Gigi, I will start with you right now. What's been going on in court this morning? The testimony from Blanca Simpson, I have been finding quite interesting.
It is interesting because if you think about it, she is the last person likely to see Maggie and Paul alive other than Alex. And she just testified about going into the house on the 8th, finding a towel on the floor, some khaki pants, a puddle of water, t-shirt laying in the closet. And it's been interesting. You know, the one thing we've been talking about during one of the several times they've sent the jury out is why did they not tell her, don't touch anything in this house? That's kind of been the chatter in the courtroom, is she went in and started cleaning up. But the biggest thing, I think, Anjanette, is this wedding band underneath the driver's seat that she found, Blanca found, when she went and retrieved Maggie's car from impound. I mean, that makes you think, why was it there? Why, you know, that's a pretty important piece of jewelry. So that seems to be the biggest chatter in court right now.
Most definitely. I think the fact that anybody, you know, the whole family should have been typically kicked out of that house so a search warrant could be executed. We know what happened there. Katie McAllister said she didn't execute the search warrant because, you know, she didn't want to displace the family. Very unusual in a double homicide case. Plus, Blanca was allowed to go in there and clean. Amy, I find the wedding band thing pretty interesting too. I've taken my wedding band off many times in my life. I've never put it under the seat of my car. That's one of the places I've never put it. So your thoughts on that briefly, and then I want to talk to you about your client, Curtis Eddie Smith.
Certainly. You know, it is unusual. There are questions that it seems like we're not going to get the answers to. I do find it unique, though, that the government said that they focused directly on Alex and really focused on all this stuff, but really didn't secure the crime scene like he was a suspect. And so I think that a lot of things, it was very chaotic. And I think if they would just admit that, it would probably give them a little more credibility. But it's unusual how this crime scene was processed, or not processed, as it were.
And it sounds like it wasn't really processed. So let's talk about your client, Curtis Eddie Smith. We've been hearing a lot of chatter. We don't know how much of it is true, that his health is very poor. We know he's incarcerated right now on some criminal charges. Do you expect him to testify? Is the state going to call him?
That literally, I used to say, if I had a quarter every time somebody asked me that, I wouldn't have to take any more cases this year. Now it's like to a penny. Like if I had a penny every time someone asked me that, I would not have to take any more cases this year. But I don't know. I think that one of the challenges that this case has seen on both sides, quite honestly, was sometimes you have to be careful what you wish for or ask for. And the defense asked for a speedy trial, and it really appears that there's kind of a lack of organization and quite honestly, thorough preparation on both sides. And also I think it just depends on how the judges rule, or how the judge is ruling on different admissible evidence, because obviously Mr. Smith kind of opens up even more than just the financial. And so I think that even if I don't know if he's going to testify, and I don't know when. I do know it's not today. So anybody who keeps saying they want to see him, unfortunately, it's not today. And so I think that it's really fluid, depending on who testifies to what and kind of what it's going through. I think that the jury and everyone probably is a little more thankful that there are more what we call lay witnesses, because I know the technical information can get very dull, very dull. And unfortunately, it's kind of the part and parcel of everyday court. But I know that the jurors in particular are probably interested in what any of the lay witnesses have to say at this point.
And briefly, is Cousin Eddie, that's what we kind of call him here, is he in poor health, or would he be up to testifying?
He is not in the courthouse. No, he is still detained at the Lexington County. He's under safekeeping at the Lexington County Detention Center, and he is still there. I just got an email from him on the way here, so I can assure you he is still there.
Okay, so he's not in poor health.
What about
Good to
his
know. We had
health?
heard some stuff.
There's been rumors about poor health.
Well, his health actually, I mean, he had poor health before this all started. And the problem is that the types of medications that he was taking, they won't let him take in the jail, quite honestly. And the environment, the food, all of these things have really affected his physical health, which then in turn affects, I think, his mental and emotional health. So he's incredibly frustrated just at the whole thing. And we can't even have a bond hearing or any hearing while this trial is going on, because this is the only judge that can hear it. And so I can't even file for a bond hearing because it won't be heard until this judge is not on the bench, which will be, who knows at this point.
Right. Feels like we could be here for a long time, despite what they claim in court. All right, let's get to those questions now. Michael Bryant, I'm going to toss this first one to you. If Maggie told the housekeeper, Blanca, that she was worried about $30 million versus $10 million, could this mean that she, Maggie Murdaugh, may have been told by Alec or someone else that he had been caught for financial misdeeds, or even just that he told Maggie he had been stealing? That's an interesting question, Michael. What is your interpretation of the testimony that we heard?
Yeah, I mean, assuming it's true, I think it kind of waters down this theory that everything blew up on or about June 7, 2021. If she already had some inkling, and we believe that conversation was, quote, months before the murders, so it helps water down for the defense that big thrust the prosecution is making. Whether it's true or not, it's another story. We don't know what she actually knew, and unfortunately, that's gone to the grave with her. So if it's true, I think it helps the defense.
Interesting. All right, let's get to another question. How important is Alec asking her to clean his house going to be? Does it prove the idea of calculating and that this was planned? So, Amy, I'm going to toss that question to you. It comes to us from @CJ9212399. Lots of numbers there, and I think that's from Twitter.
So I think that it shows several things, to be quite honest. One, this whole notion that he was aggressively targeted and pursued as a suspect, I think has really been blown by the wayside now, I hope. It could be seen either way, and I think that the defense will probably capitalize on it. He was just trying to make sure the house looked nice, or B, he was trying to ask her to help clean or cover up things unknowingly. And the thing that I think that's incredibly, we would love to know the answers to is what he was doing when. I think that one good point that the state has gotten across, they probably should have weaved it in an opening statement, but the question, like, did you really know Alex, or did you know him? And because I think that unfortunately, due to his past manipulative behavior, I think that that's what they're trying to say, that the state, of course, wants the jurors to believe, hey, this is another example of him, knowing that he could play on the emotions of Blanca, who I think was very close to Maggie, and just, to couch it how she would like it. I mean, I can't imagine the pressure on Blanca, especially not knowing what was going on. And then now that he's charged with it, probably going back and second guessing herself. What did I do wrong? Did I mess something up? And I certainly hope that's not what she's experiencing, but I imagine that's probably an emotion she's having.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm. Let's get to our next question. This comes from Sonia Linko from Twitter, and I'll toss this one to you, Gigi. Why did the Murdaugh name always get special treatment? That's so, in all caps, unfair. Guess with money and power, they can buy anything and anyone. So, Gigi, tell us a little bit about why the Murdaughs, I guess, were perceived to or actually did receive special treatment.
Well, I mean, the 14th Circuit Solicitor position was held by that family for almost 100 years. And so, you know, that's a lot of power over 5 separate counties, not just one. And so I think that, you know, we've heard stories of how when somebody had an accident and it was not their fault, but Alec wanted it changed, it got changed. You know, so I think it's one of those things that the reputation probably was passed down generationally between generations. Well, I knew the old Buster and now I know the new Alec. And I think that maybe that's how, you know, over the decades that this family has held this power position in this community, and to this day still is very much here. Just a little different, but still here.
I think it's definitely still there in some form. We're going to take a quick break. If you're watching on YouTube, don't leave us. We have to do this for the network. We want you to keep those questions coming to us both on Twitter and in our YouTube chat. I know Michael Bryant has a prop, and look at this. I'm taking off my wedding ring and my engagement ring because my fingers are swelling, and I'm putting it right here on my desk. So keep those questions coming to us. We will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions as we do every lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. He, of course, is on trial for the murders of his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, back on June 7th of 2021. Keep your questions coming to us, both in our Twitter feed and on YouTube, and we'll answer as many of them as we can. Let's take this first bit, though, to look at some of the testimony of Blanca Simpson. She is a woman who worked for the Murdaughs as a housekeeper, but sounds like she was also really a friend of Maggie Murdaugh. And she was asked some questions about the clothing of Alex Murdaugh because she did the family's laundry. She is familiar with their clothing. So who better to talk about what size somebody wears, what clothing they own than the person who's going through the laundry and doing it. So listen to what she said, talking about the outfit that Alex Murdaugh was wearing the day of the murders when he left for work versus what he was wearing in that Snapchat video that Paul took at 7:38 p.m. and then what he was wearing later that night. So take a listen and then we'll talk about it.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see those Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never, ever.
No, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
And who was Alex Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vines shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vines shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention, he said, "Well, you know what, I was wearing that shirt." He said, in the, that day. And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collar's a different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, "I was wearing the shirt"?
Objection is sustained. That's the formal question.
How did you take that conversation?
I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked, that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
So there's Blanca Simpson, Michael Bryant. She's talking about how Alex Murdaugh, it sounds like he was suggesting information to her. This is the second time we've heard a witness kind of say that they felt like he was providing them information about that day, and it made them feel a little weird. So what do you make of that bit of testimony?
Yeah, I'm very confused about all these shirts already. But that's not the point here.
Got a lot
the
of
point
shirts.
is that this guy orchestrates 2 months after the fact a sit down. I'm very concerned about something, and then talks about something that is really to her inconsequential. It's like, I don't know what the heck shirt you were wearing. I think it was this one, but not that one. The fact that he did it and made a big deal out of it, far more important, I think, than which shirt we're talking about.
And it really certainly drew attention to it, too. It makes you wonder, why on earth would you even do that? Our next question comes from Heidi Brewster from YouTube, and I'm going to send this one to you, Amy Zimmercheck. Why do they keep making Buster stand up? You're a defense attorney. Why are they doing that?
Well, I think, I would love to be in the minds of the attorneys right now. I find it easy to play armchair quarterback, but certainly he's not going to testify. He has nothing, I don't think, to offer as far as information. He wasn't there that night, and certainly he's not going to talk about any other crimes. It's improper just for him to get up and talk about how much he loved his mom and brother. I think everybody knows that. And I think it's so hard to know what they're doing. So maybe they're just trying to remind them about Buster, and that he still has a child, and that, that he's there supporting his father. Apparently, he's certainly sitting on the defense side. He's been there every day. I think they've had communications back and forth, which I think is why he got moved. But I think that the only thing I can think is that it's garnering sympathy. It's trying to garner some sort of sympathy to say, hey, he's a father. Alec is a father. And I'm a little curious as to why the state hasn't continued to object to it. I don't see what the relevance of him standing up in court. And I'm quite sure he probably doesn't appreciate it.
He looks very uncomfortable every time they call him to do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, Buster, just so our viewers know, is on the defense witness list. And I'm pretty sure, according to Alex Murdaugh's notice of alibi, that he and Buster spoke by phone on the way to Alameda that night. At least that's what I recall from reading that document. So I don't know. Maybe we'll hear from him. Maybe we won't. I don't know. But it is interesting that they keep referring to him and asking him to stand up. Let's get to our next question. Gigi, I'll send this one to you. Regal Eagle 11 from Twitter asks, after the murders, Alex Murdaugh spent time at another house where he would eat, get clothes, etc. Did SLED process that house? Also, has SLED reviewed the cell phones and location data of cars belonging to Alex's family, brother/sister. So Gigi, I know we heard that they searched his mom's house. He was there the night of the homicides and after, but I don't know about any other houses.
We haven't heard. And the thing is, they didn't search his mom's house till what, September? I mean, it was months after the murder. So that's the only house I know besides the Moselle property that they actually searched. I would be surprised if they did, just seeing, I mean, in my eyes, I always look at it as a juror because I have no law degree, but if I'm on the jury, I'm thinking, man, you know, you guys missed the ball on a lot of the crime scene stuff. So maybe that'll come in, but yeah, all we know is where they found the blue tarp folded up with the dishes and that balled up rain jacket was at Miss Libby and Mr. Randolph's house, and it was months later.
All right. Let's take a quick break. Stay with us. We have to take this break for the network. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll be right back and we'll take more of your questions. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we are taking your questions during the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alex Murdaugh. Everybody, I think, is watching this trial. We are getting lots of great questions, so let's get right to it. Michael Bryant, I'm going to shoot this one over to you. It comes from Russell Thomas from YouTube, and he asks, how much does the ring being found sway the jury in your opinion? And he's referring to, Russell, is the fact that they found Maggie's wedding ring underneath the seat in her SUV.
Yeah, I've never liked Russell, but I'll answer the question anyway. So it's so fascinating
Russell.
because it's the
Yeah.
first time we've heard anything that makes you at least wonder maybe there was something going on in the relationship between the defendant and his wife Maggie. Maybe she routinely took it off. Maybe it fell off innocently. We don't know, but it's weird to find a wedding band under the car seat. And remember, the cops went over this vehicle. It doesn't tell us, that they did a great job going over the vehicle. You think they would have found that and said, oh, by the way, here, we found this ring under the seat. They didn't. So I don't know how thorough their investigation was of her car. Nonetheless, it just plants that seed that human nature is. We got to know, why was that ring there? There are so many possibilities.
So our next question is going to be for Gigi, and I will send this over to you from Taterhead Johnson 710 from YouTube. We've talked about this, you and I have, Gigi. Is Alex covering for Buster? How solid is Buster's alibi?
100%. They have ruled him out. He was in Rock Hill, which is right at maybe 2 hours from Rock Hill to Colleton. I mean, not a chance he was there.
Yeah, not a chance. So I know a lot of people have questioned that, but he wasn't in the area. Emily Flotilla, maybe from YouTube asks, what about asking for an insurance card to, quote, set up doctor's appointments on the Saturday he was shot? Oh, that's kind of interesting. I don't know if that's really relevant, but I'll toss that one to you, Amy Zimmercheck, because your client kind of had a lot to say about this, or was, there when this happened.
It in a way, what I've noticed about a lot of the Murdaugh men is that the women really ran their lives, and the housekeepers were really more than housekeepers. I mean, I think that once you become kind of a working part of that family, you really are inside of a world that not many people get to see. And I think that's why it's so hard for these witnesses, Miss Smith, who's still working for Miss Libby right now. And I know that Miss Simpson Blanca is not working anymore, but they really have this sense of loyalty. And I think that it shows that, that they really depended on their circle of people. It's interesting to me. If as a state, I think, is trying to prove everything that he does is so, it appears to be calculated, maybe not always smart, but it certainly appears to be calculated. And so to me, that would just be another example of him trying to, just like getting in the car and start making all these calls all of a sudden. I think it if presented correctly in closing, I think it can be powerful evidence.
Mm-hmm.
And briefly, Amy, we literally having a hospital visit that day.
Yeah. So Amy, just briefly, we have like about 20 seconds left. It's a yes or no question. This is from Tom Kaiser from YouTube. Does your client, Curtis Eddie Smith, have an alibi for June 7th?
Oh, he does. He does. I think I've said this before. If they thought that he had anything to do with it, they would arrest him.
All righty. And he's incarcerated on other charges. Well, Amy Zimmercheck, thanks so much for being with us. We are going to let you and Gigi go so you can grab a bite and get back into court. Michael Bryant and I will still be here, so stay with us. We'll be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime.
Hey everybody, how we doing? I know we're kind of we're in the midday break now. We're taking a quick lunch. Wanted to just jump in, let you guys know that we are going to we will be taking a short lunch break ourselves over here to the reason being is we have this a window of cutoff where at 8 hours it shuts us down. So we need to make sure that we don't hit that wall and then have it break in the middle of something that we don't want to break in the middle of. So that being said, we're going to cut out for about 35 minutes, possibly. Grab yourself a meal, grab yourself a walk, do some jumping jacks, whatever you need to do. Get some blood flowing to the butt. And we will be back with you shortly with day 13, part 2 of this Alex Murdaugh trial. Yeah, I apologize. I wasn't able to be in here the whole day. I've been kind of busy with other things and trying to get my health up. Been fighting this cold. And the first part of the day, it doesn't kind of sound like this. So I'd rather not be as froggy as I have been. So, yeah. So Jessica, yeah. If you would, Jessica, I'm glad you're in here. And if you would, anyone that's in here with us right now, make sure to share the stream out to your friends or any groups that you happen to be part of. I don't care if they're buy, sell, trade groups, whatever. Somebody might see this and realize that it's something they've wanted to cover or see covered. And yeah, we'll be going into greater detail on some of the things that are coming up and some of the things that we've covered already as we lean into this next week, which is going to be more than likely the final week of the prosecution's case. Because as they said yesterday, they're looking to potentially close midweek next week. So they should be resting here soon. Jessica, I love you and your husband as well. And appreciate you guys being with me a long time since the Chop Chaz days. But yeah, we'll be the prosecution will be resting their case middle of next week, as it looks. And then defense will have their opportunity to present their case. And honestly, right now it's looking a little soft. There have been some big moments for prosecution, but I don't know if there's been enough. So we'll see. We might even do a little bit of a call-in show here towards the end of the day, depending on how long they run. That being said, you guys, Jessica, Shelley, and everyone else in here right now, if you guys would please make sure your notifications are set up, and I'll be seeing you guys here in just a little bit, but make sure to come back and join us again. This is CJ TV. I'm your host, CJ, and I will be seeing you here in just a little bit. Take care. Be right back.